To Twitch.tv and YouTube.com/RonanPawn live stream on Twitch.tv and YouTube.com/RonanPawn. My face broke out in a giant red zit today, with a Ronan Pawn shaped bit of goo oozing out from it. So you won't. So I'm rather ugly on the screen for you. The webcam is just not working. The camera, that has been a persistent difficulty since I set up this sort of new live streaming rig, that actually put me on screen again. It has shit the way Choir Invisible or something. It is gone to shit. I don't know why. Otherwise, you'd be seeing me right now. It's either the camera, because I don't use a webcam. I'm using an actual, like, Panasonic camcorder that's hooked up through a capture device. And shut up. And capture. There we go. And now we can comment. The camcorder goes through, a little capture stick, and the stick is, you know, online, but it's just feeding black, so I don't know if it's the camcorder's fault. I don't know if it's the stick's fault. It's, you know, distantly possible that the drivers and something on the software side of things, and I checked all the things that I could check. I unplugged and replugged. I switched USB ports. I offed and oned. You know, I refreshed drivers, all kinds of things. No publicity headshots available to put on screen. Oh, I could have. Yeah, I could have put in fact, Greg, as a photographer, took some very nice photos of me. Unfortunately, I didn't, like, take advantage of the opportunity he gave me. He said, I want to test out some new equipment. Would you like me to take some headshots for you? And I was like, yeah, I'll come over and help you test equipment. I didn't think that I was getting anything out of it. I was just helping a friend out. And realized now I could have had some nice pictures if I would have shaved and dressed and looked presentable in any way. But yeah, so welcome to our first day of Clustertruck. What? Our second day of Clustertruck in quite some time. Last live stream I was just getting burned out on the Kerbal Space Program, and so I decided to and just, you know, needed to talk through some shit, and Clustertruck was always good for that. It was the only game on that day that I felt like I could play and do a live stream, and popped it open and had a damn good time doing it. So here we are back again to pick up where we left off. Where we left off was with a 54.3 second clear of Desert World, using the old something technique, the old yeah, something like this, using the hell's it called? Whip bouncing? Whip bouncing is you turn around and you do one of those, and you throw yourself forward, and you're using like two different, there we go, two different in-game abilities at once in order to generate this particular hit. Or is it? No, it's just it's one combined with our pause bouncing technique, which is why we call it the whip bounce, because you're using the truck whip ability at the same time as you do the pause while walking into the front of the truck, and you get times like 4.5 seconds or less. We can get quite better times than that, in fact. But we do need to get warmed up. The other thing, in addition to getting warmed up, is the idea of just like doing, would it be just this? What do I do to, there's something that I'm supposed to do. I have no idea how you do a pause whip. No idea. Like, obviously this is how we do a whip bounce. Oh, it's clusterfuck time, says Mephistopheles. Wait, is it Mephistopheles? It is Mephistopheles. Blue on black. I don't know how to do this, but there's some way of just walking down the front of it, and then you pause and do the thing, and it's supposed to just friggin' launch you. And it might just be that same interaction with the windshield that we get when we're walking into it, except without wasting time by turning around to set it up. I don't know how to do this, though. I have no idea what goes into this. I've seen people do it. Maybe you walk backwards. Yeah, maybe you back into the truck in front of you? I don't know. I don't know. The option for me to try and learn how to do one of those is on the table, and then we could start the clear, the attempt on desert with one of those, which is even faster than doing this, as it doesn't have a setup, and it can result in a far faster launch too. But for now, let's just get warm on the thisness of everything that needs to happen here. Which way am I going here? Am I going EQ? I think I'm going EQ. I could flip that too for how much, like, my fingers find it comfortable to do it in the opposite direction. I'm not sure what's best. but I will just continue to do what we were doing yesterday, which is I've got pause and I've got the left mouse button bound. Pause is bound to both E and Q. Left mouse button is bound to Q. So I just roll across E and Q once I get into the position that I want to be in, and that caused me to pause, fire off the whip bounce, and unpause, or the truck whip, and unpause, all just by rolling across a couple of inputs there, a couple of keys on the keyboard. And if this happens, I don't know. I need to warm up on all of it. I'm supposed to coming in here, or I mean reset coming in here. I wonder if I could just hold jump doing this. Almost worked. And that did work. Let me clear our splitter. Because it would be lovely to have some consistency to the lead up here to what's happening. And if just holding spacebar and bouncing off the side of this and then throwing can give me a little bit of consistency for what I do to start, that would help in simplifying this whole process. Okay, that seems to happen quite a bit, though. That works good. Okay. That wasn't it. Boss, that won't that won't work either. Chief, as we're using boss and chief and stuff. So the idea is get the speed coming down to the left, and then, or coming down to the right, then from the very left edge of that truck, whoop, slow it down. From the very left edge, I'm just holding spacebar and bouncing off the very left edge of that truck. So down right, hold, pop, turn, throw. Down right, hold for the pop, turn, throw. Okay, that was a little bit in where I want to be. I want to be right on the truck's left edge. Turn, throw. Okay. That looks like it'll do a thing. And then when we get to here, I think the idea is I want to be not like right on the edge like there. I want to be more like here when I throw this one. I don't have a lot of time to set it up, but I want to be coming through the middle of these pillars, and so a little bit less to the left keeps me in the middle to start, and then I just try and steer my way through them. Also, yeah, like looking down a lot more in order to get a lot of distance, bounce off of that one. And then 1-8 is just a gimme if you're not a complete fucking noob, which I am. Right now, I need to warm up. Just anything, honestly. Jesus fucking Christ. Just hit the fucking thing. E and then Q, for Christ's sake. 9 is a problem, though. I need to, like, really pay attention and hit it with a lot of, like, downward vision. Push my way through, and then here... This can be a problem, too, because of all this stuff. Because everything gets in your way. As you're trying to exit. And, I don't know, it can be problematic. If you're trying to do it fast, you don't want to take too long setting up. Yeah, but see what can happen. And you gotta finish like that, which would be awful. So, a lot of little potential issues. Get my fingers warm with the basic mechanics of what we're trying to accomplish here. And I'm definitely not there yet. Because I'm not walking forward into the windshield the way that I need to be. There you go. Walk a little bit further up it. Good enough. 1-4, pretty bad, pretty slow. 1-5, it's just a regular bounce, no whip bounce. Ideally, we would make it all the way to the front trucks. We did not. I didn't reset either. Got a new method for this, so trying it. Go down to the right, and then back to the left, bounce, and then like this. Alright, well if that happened, we do have a lot of height from it, if not, you know, everything else that we wanted. And use it. 1-8. That's good. Good. Okay. It is possible to go wide of it, apparently. And then coming to 1-9, reset, look down a lot. That's not good. That's not good either. Oh, but I did stay alive, and I would be able to get to goal, if but slowly. We'd come in here, that would get me killed. Okay. Just getting warm. So, last night, Lady Pawn and I watched the 2001 movie Avalon. Have you ever seen the 2001 Polish-Japanese film Avalon? Have you ever seen anything? Have you ever engaged with anything in this world that came with a hyphenation between Polish and Japanese? Hey, that's how you start it. 4-1, baby. It is by the director of Ghost in the Shell. And it was a flop at the box office when it was released. It also just didn't get like a North American release for quite a while after its, you know, official release. Miramax came along and did eventually give it air in the US. But, yeah, it has been described. I'll read you the script. I'll read you the advertising documents that I've got in front of me right here. It has been described as a live-action anime. And it certainly plays with similar themes as Ghost in the Shell. Sorry, Pawn, the only things I've ever engaged with in this world are your live stream. It's the only channel I can get with the shitty internet under my rock. Oh. That's why I have an audience? That would be a hell of a thing to find out. That's just when I tune my radio to a certain frequency, you just come in. I would take literally anything else, but this is all I can get. 4.3. And then a nice 1-2 as well. But yeah, Avalon. It's something that I remember seeing when I was, you know, much younger. I don't know how I came into contact with it, being that, you know, what it is. But I did come into contact with it, somehow. And watched it, and I remember back then, you know, like, feeling like, wow, that was really something that I watched, but also not exactly knowing what I just watched. It is a very art house kind of a flick, although the premise is actually pretty, you know, sci-fi. It's the kind of thing that people, you pitch it today and they'll give you like $200 million to make it, but in 2001, or in the late 90s probably, when it was in real production, I'm sure, well, they got $8 million for it to make it. Problem is, it only made about $500,000 back at the box office. But the premise of Avalon is that there are players of an illegal game called Avalon and it's a first-person shooter, and you actually go to like a VR booth and strap yourself in, and that's the hard part. I had to focus. This is also not easy or anything. Good. Slowing it down to try and do it right. I don't know if I did this right. I did not. Something like that. Damn it. So, you know, we've only been going for like 15 minutes now, and I already got on good pace for a good run. Our warm-up is complete. What I needed to be doing on 1.9 was coming in and really looking down to try and get that height that I'm looking for. That'll get me all the way out here. That would be actually really bad if I got all that height. I'm looking for a middling height. Yeah, okay. I know what to be aiming for. So, players, you know, come and log in, and they've got a character, an avatar, in the Avalon world, and they're gaining, you know, experience points and equipment and stuff like that. Very Call of Duty, I guess you could say, kind of a shooter, except for, you know, you're actually full body in the game when you're in the game. When we say VR, we don't just mean you're seeing it. Your brain is, your brain is tied into the game. And in fact, the reason that the game is illegal, presumably the reason that the game is illegal, is that it can just go ahead and make your brain dead if certain things happen in the game. I think if you die in the game, you die for real. I don't know if that's the extent of it. But there are certainly certain circumstances where you can for real die in the game. Nailed it. God damn it. God fucking damn it! You know how hard it is to get to 1.6? And then I come into 1.7 and can't do, you know, anything? Like, anything would have been fine. Little bit of anything. All of the time. Little bit of everything, all of the time. So that's the premise, and I think most people who watch Avalon get really absorbed in the premise. It is shot in such a way as to, it's color graded, very Matrix style, so that various environments have various like color grades to them, where they are sepia toned, you know, like single tone, single saturation kind of thing, and even I would say the visual quality has been given kind of a digital fuzz to it in a lot of the footage, kind of a thing. It's very, very moody, very using the film to convey, to draw you into a certain headspace, even. Yeah, too fucking close. And too fucking close. There you go. Ah, if I would have slipped through there, that would have been gold. Not good enough, but I might be able to survive by dropping a truck, which is what I tried to do. Not good enough also, but made it work. There you go. Good. So yeah, I think most people get caught up in sort of the sci-fi tech of it. And, you know, gamers will be very into the just gamer aspects of it. But of course, fundamentally, what's on display, what's up for discussion is what is the nature of reality and what is the nature of self. I said the person who made this is the director of Ghost in the Shell, right? Didn't I mention? Yeah, baby. And it is coming out of, you know, Japanese film, Japanese storytelling and whatnot, and there's a nice, you know, there's Eastern philosophy in general, there's Buddhism and stuff like that, with my acumen as a former Zen Buddhist monk, I come to these kind of things, you know, with a certain awareness that your average Western audience might not. And so today I began to sort of critique what I was seeing, because honestly, as of the end of last night, I just liked the film. I just had a, you know, by smell though, by vibration, I was like, yeah. But what's it saying? I don't know. Is it saying something? I'm not. So I went looking. What am I doing? I went looking at the film critically and to try and find themes and, you know, stuff like that. And what I came back with was, ooh, 3.6. And then I immediately throw it away on 1, too. Fucking brilliant. It's like the second 3.6 I've ever gotten. What did I come back with? I came back with a very human kind of a thing. Like I say, I think most people watch this film, this kind of film even, and get distracted by the sci-fi elements of it. And I think the most important thing going on in Avalon is the character work. It's about these characters. It's about your main character, whose name is Ash, a woman, as a player in Avalon. And in the story, we are clearly exposed to the fact that Ash is, you know, one of the best players of the game. The game itself acknowledges that. Like, there's a game master who's probably an artificial intelligence that she interacts with it throughout the thing, and it acknowledges, you know, like, it's good for the game when players of your caliber or something, you know, that kind of thing. So it's important to the game, to the film, that, like, Ash's experience of Avalon has been as one of the leaders of it, one of the, you know, best players that the game has to offer. Damn it. It worked. Come on, let me out.
Run faster.
Woo! All right, new PB. 53.87. It matters that Ash is one of the best players of the game, because then you acknowledge that her experience in this world of Avalon has always been that of one of the bestest players in the game. So, in order to take 4th rank, I need a 53.6. We now have a 53.8. I need to save 0.3 really seconds to make sure that I've got it all. 0.2 to 0.3 seconds is what I need to pick up here in order to take 4th rank from Sarah. And that will be today's goal. And so what I note about Ash's, you know, reality in Avalon, is that as one of the best players ever, she will have her experience coming up in the world of Avalon from well before the movie starts. When the movie starts, Ash is just this, like, brooding, sullen, introverted, you know, kind of just... She's removed herself from anything that could be called community around the game. She's just showing up and, you know, she's a solo character. She's a sniper. The most solo kind of a character. She's a lone wolf. But, you know, as someone who was that, you know, it's useful in media analysis to think about who was this person before we, you know, saw them on screen for the first time. And who Ash would have been is a very skilled player who had a natural talent for the game, which would have been abused and disused and taken advantage of, and players who were lesser would have, like, been the first to recognize how good she was, and try to get her, like, on their teams and use her skill to, you know, get them experience points and stuff like that. And her experience would have been of never really getting to play the game with people who were up to her par, up to her snuff, and of having a path before her where she gets, you know, a lot of people are just taking advantage of her. Some people, the people who aren't taking advantage of her just aren't really, like, on her level. They don't understand. They can't see the game the way that she sees the game. They can't play it the way that she plays the game. And so whether they have a, you know, ill intention or not, she was ostracized by her skill. That would have been necessary for this character to simply be, you know. And so in the course of the story, we learn that at one point, Ash did find a team that was worthy of her, called Team Wizard, and she was on Team Wizard with a fella named Murphy, and Murphy was her team leader, and probably Murphy was... I gotta not just throw it away like that for no fucking reason. Murphy was probably the only player that Ash ever played with that, you know, was on her level and could understand her, like, her inner experience, both of the game and as a player and as a person. You know, it's hard to talk about something like this and play the game. I'm doing things that I'm supposed to do on the next level on this level. But so my reading of the character Ash and of, like, the story's, you know, motive kind of ignored, or the story's, the movie's, what it's saying or what's coming through philosophically and stuff like that, is far more interested in the characters than it is in the sci-fi polish, than it is in the premise and the plot, and than it is in the sort of subtle shifting that the film does between various realities, various worlds, asking the question, you know, is this real? Is that real? Am I in the VR world, or am I out of the VR world? Ash's goal seems to be, well, Ash's goal becomes, over the course of the film, to reach the final level of Avalon. And maybe she's always had a you know, passing interest. She's always been trying to be the best, and no one's ever gotten to the final level of Avalon. So if she could be the one, but more important driving factors arise than just, you know, the desire to be the best or to be the first or any of that stuff. Okay. Yep, just push forward. Uh-oh. It's fine. We're in. And I don't want to spoil the movie for you because it's worth seeing, you know? It's by the maker of Ghost in the Shell. Never seen it, but you recognize the acumen of Ghost in the Shell and that kind of a thing, then you should go see it. You should go see this film. It is slowly paced. It is art house paced. It's asking you to pay attention to, you know, little things, and to think about these characters critically, and to think about what you're seeing in more than just the context of, like, of the physical world of the, you know, movie and the game and stuff like that, but to think of them, you know, as they relate to the spirit of these characters and to you as a person. But ultimately my analysis, you know, has everything to do with the people of the game as opposed to the world. As opposed to the VR and the fun sci-fi and the games and stuff like that. And, trying to figure out what I can say and what I can't say without spoiling. Ultimately, I feel that the story that Avalon tells is of, you know, spiritual enlightenment, of awakening, of all that sort of a thing. And I don't know if it's, you know, intrinsically about that, but it's about that pursuit, you know, that at some point you wake up and you realize that you don't understand what you're doing or who you are or what, you know, is there a point to any of this? Why is everybody suffering? Why, you know, this, that, and the other thing. You ask the important questions. You ask the big questions. You start looking for answers to things that a lot of people just don't even, you know, think about in the course of their life. I feel without a doubt, without a question, that that's what is going on here with Ash. Fuck. That's 2 in a row that I hit like that. These low, incredibly fast hits that send me straight to the goal in what would be a sub 4. If I could get there. There's a 4-0. Damn it. You know, you call it enlightenment, you call it awakening, you call it whatever. Children of the age of 5 will ask the question, you know, where did I come from? These are, yeah, and what do you say? You know, you can give them a biological response, sure. Where did I come from? But, like, that doesn't really answer anything, does it? Because if you say, well, you came from the sperm and the ovum, and, well, where did that come from? And then you say, well, evolution, and well, where did that come from? And well, the Big Bang, and what the fuck was the Big Bang? And where did the energy come from in the first place? And, you know, how did anything exist if there's a time when nothing existed? And then you're saying, no, there wasn't a time where nothing existed, something always existed, and so, like, energy is eternal and always has been and always will be, and why did it start up in this particular shape, and what... You know, why is time what it is? Why do we perceive time as we perceive time? And, like, you can give the shallow, you know, you think you're smarter and above all of the silly religions and spirituality answer. But your answer is bullshit. Okay? What came before that, as James A. Castor would say? What came before that? Whatever your answer is, well, what came before that? And you will never have an answer that satisfies these questions. Hello! Ah! Fucking Jesus balls. You will never have a question that answers the... Hey. No. Never have an answer that satisfies these questions. And yet there are answers. There are ways to end the questioning mind. There are conclusions to these lines of questioning. And so you're either the person who, you know, goes after that stuff, who gets drawn into that sort of a thing, or you aren't. But you can make... For damn sure, you can tell yourself that the creators of The Matrix, that the creators of Ghost in the Shell, that the creators of this movie Avalon I'm talking about, trying to think of some other, like... You know, even George Lucas with fucking Star Wars and stuff like that. Like, he was on that wavelength at the time that he wrote the first 3, rather. You don't write a character like Yoda. You don't invent something, you know, a cosmic energy that's radiating in all places at all times and that sort of underlies the existence of everything, and you don't come up with that if you aren't thinking about this stuff. And so one way or another, you know, anyone who wants to, like, dismiss this kind of line of inquiry as being unscientific, my question to you would be, where do you think fucking science came from? Why do you think human beings do science? Why? Why do you think there is a field of science? Why are we so desperate to understand the nature of our universe and trying to come up with better and better methods with which to do so? Ooh. Just to fill the hours of the day. That would be a great answer, by the way. Just to fill the hours of the day. Yeah, I'm alive. I might as well start fucking researching something, I guess. Yes. Oh god. I fucked myself. That little pause just made it impossible, I'm pretty sure. And I'm not doing anything right, because I'm all... Fuck. Ah, I had all kinds of time save. I didn't think that kind of time save was possible. Wow, alright. That's great. That tells me this is going to be easier than I thought. If I can fuck up that badly and still be like a second ahead. We're on the path to major success. If that one were a little bit shorter, a little bit lower, I could have gotten that one in like a sub 4 probably. If they're too high, then they don't come down to the goal cube fast enough. On a level like this, they need to be high. Whoa! That was a weird hit. Ah, I could have come off the space star too, but I thought it was better to not. That's not good. That's slow. Okay. Just gonna... I really shouldn't do that, actually. Ooh, this one goes all the way. Fuck. Where is it? I think that was it. There we go. Yeah, Avalon, one of those movies you actually sit and think about for a while after you watch it. And that, you know, I have come back to after, I don't want to say how long, date myself by acknowledging how long it's been since I saw it in the first place. Well, no, it came out in 2000. Well, I didn't see it in 2001, but... Okay, that was a sub 4. That's good. Okay, this is all good. Decent 1-5. This should land a truck evenly, and then I just need to land on one of them cleanly, and it's you would think that would be easy. But you know, you are strafing and that seems good to me. Fuck. I could have just... There we go. 4-1. It's fine, anyway. Highly recommended, anyway. Avalon. It's supposed to be tied in with Arthurian legend, too, but I don't... You know, it's whatever. That's the skin, that's the ephemera. But the, matters was fuck you! I was not dead. I was in the fucking goal, and I was still alive, and eat my ass. Matters of consequence and import the film speaks to are well beyond, you know, some solitary influence. I will say there's one part relatively near the beginning, I feel like about the 15-20 minute mark, where the movie is already started like reusing its footage. It will not do that again. Do not be chucked by that. Not be... Oh, I am so fucking sick of that shit. Do not be ejected from your experience with the film by, like, why is it... Jeez, what are we doing here? We're just reusing footage? It's a fairly cheap mechanic that I think is just trying to show the, you know, day in, day out repetition kind of a thing to communicate that. And it doesn't really look good, it doesn't really work well, but I presume that they, it does, like, help, it already starts to pull the pace down in a way that you're gonna need to get used to, so it is a pacing control kind of exercise. B-roll, Sister Mason. Yeah. But you will notice that you have seen these shots already, and they're just reusing them. And then it'll be done, and you'll be, you know, carrying on with an important cinematic experience. Okay, that sucks in every single way. That's clean. Neither 1-2 or 1-3 were particularly good. And then 1-4, there was a little extra delay while I was coming in for some reason. And so I ended up, like, left-clicking the mouse when I was already in the level because the level didn't load when I expected it to. I managed to stay under at the cost of a slow opening. It's already a 4.3 instead of, you know, we can have a 3.6 here if we figure that one out. God damn it. This just isn't worth running on. Okay, now that's good. Okay, this is good except for that it's too far. Too powerful. God damn it, it did it again. What the fuck is up with 1-4 taking weird times to load? There are different methods of exposition without re-showing the same thing over and over. Well, there's also a slight problem of when you're making a Japanese film in Poland, and you get to a point where you realize you want a little bit more footage. Poland's a little bit far away. I have no doubt that with the, you know, street cred of this director, that they, either it's an incredibly artful, like, choice, incredibly bold and brave and artful choice, and is maybe even seeks to, detach itself from certain snobbish elements of its viewership, who would look at it and be like, oh, well, this is, and ignore the rest of it. Either it's that, or it's just the fact that they got to post-production, and, you know, in the editing bay, he wanted it to be a certain way, but didn't have footage for it, and Poland was, you know, 3,000 miles away, and it already spent $8 million on a movie that ended up making 400,000 back or something. Yeah, highly recommend Avalon. Don't necessarily recommend Ghost in the Shell. I'm not a big fan of Ghost in the Shell, the original movie, anyway. I do quite like Ghost in the Shell standalone complex, the series, but Ghost in the Shell, the movie, is it's. I think what it is that drives me off of it, that puts me off of it, is that the characters are so stoic as to be, you know, dead inside. And, I don't think that that's without intent. The entire point of Ghost in the Shell, it's addressing the idea of what is a human being once you've replaced every bit of the human being. And even the brain is tapped into strange cybernetic structures and things like that. So the idea that these characters would be as they are is perfectly correct within the narrative devices of the film, but regardless of how clever it is or isn't, I still don't, you can't attach to people who are basically husks. It's hard for me to care when every visual indication that I'm getting from these characters is that they don't care. That said, Ghost in the Shell is another story that is seeking. It's again asking these questions: what is life? What is my reality? What is the nature of existence? What is the nature of self? And it's just using these cyberpunk or these futurist and sci-fi premises to drive at a very old and very familiar question, to ask yourself what is real, what am I, and what is this? Which is, ostensibly the base of all philosophy, spirituality, religion, and also science. What am I, and what is this? And by what is this, frequently what we're really asking is, what is the nature of our existence? That was a sub 4, and it walked very far up the truck before I fired it off, which is weird. I would think, I don't expect that to work. But maybe I could get even more speed if I were doing them all like that, Okay, this is a bad throw. I'm gonna have to drop my truck, and it's gonna be slow. And then when I do the kick to try and pick up some speed, we're just gonna have to fucking reset. I'm trying to push further than I think I should up the truck before I fire it, testing that premise. Yeah, that would have been super fast had I not started out very hesitatingly. So I'm adjusting now my whole method. Okay, this is good. This should land the rear trucks. It's not gonna. God damn it. Okay. Not good. Not that we could have after missing 1-6, but it's a good idea to just keep playing like you've got the possibility to stay warm and stuff. That would have been amazing. But I think I'm hitting it more and more often because you see how far up the truck I'm walking now. There you go. that was slow, but it's only because it was so good. It was like too high. It had too much energy going in the wrong vector. But if that energy had been on straight ahead, like this, then we would have had something like that. God damn it. I never get out of fucking 1-2 when I get a good 1-1. I never clear fucking 1-2. I get one of those monsters. We get a bullshit hit like that. Doesn't take me anywhere. There you go. That's a big one. That'll land the front truck. That was beautiful. The movement was perfect. Cannot be flawed. Reset coming in, you prick. I should pull back. If I come in and I get a hit like that, I should not, you know, I should see what's going on, and I should pull back to make sure that I land on the front trucks instead of hoping that I somehow clear it, which is obviously I'm not going to clear it. I don't know why there's still like this, this lingering hope like there's something I can do. It's gonna get me to pass the whole thing. It's not gonna happen. Look at this one too. Yeah, I've found the secret that shaves, you know, even more time off of each one of these hits, and it's walking further up the front of the truck. When you do that method, when you're doing this method, you don't want to walk further up the front of the truck. That is not gonna fucking help you. I'm so sick of the 1-5 finger fuck. I don't know what it is. What can I call it? It's the you somehow land in the middle of them right at the last moment, even though you're aiming for just one of them. And then when you use the boost, they just split out from underneath you and you fucking die. I'm not pleased. The opposite of pleased. I don't need it to be a killer. It'd be nice if it was, but I don't need it to be. I just need it to be a certain level of good. 4.1 is viable. This 1-2 is viable. And then a crappy 1-3 is fine. I will live with it. Ooh, especially if I get a good 1-4. Cool. And then a nonsense fucking 1-5. I don't know how 1-5 became the problem in this incredibly high difficulty thing that we're doing here. I'm now accidentally going to the wrong side of the trucks. Stop that. It's, you know, it's rather difficult because of the dance of fingers. I'd love to show you, put on the webcam my fingers dancing around on the WASD keys, but the webcam's dead. Not that I would be set up to do that, even if it wasn't, but definitely not. This will be front trucks, I think. Nope. Okay. There. I came to a full and complete stop just to make sure. Really? Well, fuck you in the ass and call you Mary, you fucker. God damn it. There it is. And there it is. Yeah, I'd love to, it's a very, you know, interesting thing to take my ideas about Avalon to ChatGPT. Hear its take, its interpretation. I also found that there is a website just dedicated to, this is the kind of film where, you know, it's such a little known thing, but it has such an impact on certain people that it has a fan-made website that's been maintained for the past 24 years or whatever, since 2004, 25 years. Where the fans suck my fucking cock, dude. The fans have, you know, maintained this website, and you can actually email, like, your ideas and your thoughts about the movie to whoever's been curating it all these years, and I did. I went ahead and sent them in, and the fellow, like, within an hour or two, replied and said, "Thanks for your thoughts, I've added them to our collection." So, you know, go watch Avalon. Have your thoughts, have your ideas, don't let them be influenced by anyone else. Well, I mean, you can, but... Oh, look at this. This goes all the way. Without even dropping a truck. Yeah. That's huge. Now I just gotta get to the fucking... Are you kidding me? Suck my dick, dude. Uh-oh. Yeah. I wasn't gonna make it. What you need is those finger devices they had in Star Trek Next Gen episode where Data plays Stratagramma against the alien. You wiggle your fingers to move around. Be a good time to have the webcam. So that I could at least wiggle my fingers when you say something like that, Tracy. I've been looking at a replacement webcam because my current setup, even before it just completely stopped working, was so inconvenient as to be worth spending some fucking money to not have to fight it at the beginning of every live stream, along with everything else that I have to fight at the beginning of every live stream, because YouTube in particular has just made streaming to them utterly ridiculous. But I have been looking at what might work, and my main problem is that I don't know, like, lenses. I don't know glass for cameras and stuff like that. And what I've been looking at is, I think, 2 megapixel webcam, 1080p, 60 FPS, 2 megapixel, which is, you know, not a lot of megapixel. But it's 1080p. It is 1080p. So I think 2 megapixel is just what it is for 1080p. But it comes with, for about $65 total with the camera. This webcam has its own, like, mini lenses and stuff. And it comes with a variable range, I think up to 50 millimeter, like 5 to 50 millimeter. If you look on eBay, $65, I found it for about 65 shipped, I think. Webcam that comes with an adjustable. And my problem is that I don't know, you know, the lens, the focal lengths and stuff like that enough to really know what I need in lens lengths. But I would really like to have something that can zoom. You know, the benefit of running this whole thing through my Panasonic is that I've got the camera. Damn. I've got the camera usually about 9 feet from me. And then I zoom it in order to get the shot that I want. And so from that distance, you know, what I'm looking for is to get a head and shoulders shot from about 8 feet really away. I think would be a more accurate representation. Head and shoulders from 8 feet away. And so I can't really justify, you know, spending $65 on something that I don't even know if it's like the right, like it's even got a chance of being what I need. And even when I look at, you know, online, look at focal lengths and stuff like that, the images that I see do not tell me that what I would be getting is what I need. I don't get a conclusion from them. I'm like, yeah, that's good. They at best leave me wondering, and at worst, you know, have me saying, nope, that won't do it. And it's really hard to believe that that won't do it, because it's just like an 8-foot distance, for fuck's sake. And, you know, there's such a range of movement on the thing. Kenneth said 1990, 2001, or 2011 Avalon. 2001 Avalon. Lower the number, the wider the field of view. Condor 70 said 50mm is for, portrait schilder? Photography? Portrait something photography. Portraits, 35mm is usually seen as equal to human vision. So yeah, I 50mm I don't think would be enough, you know, for the kind of like zoom that I need from the distance. You know, but I am looking for a webcam that would actually just plug into the computer via USB and not have to use an HDMI to, you know, it's capture thing, which I've already got, but now maybe it's not even working. I just want to take all of the, like, moving parts out of my rig and have a simple and functioning setup that does what I need. But what I need is for the webcam to, you know, be quite a distance away from me. In this low-light environment. That's another major consideration. I'm in this very low-light environment. Because I just can't tolerate too much light. Wow, really? Are we just, like, on the wrong levels or something? 1.5? We are. Cool. Something happened. And it thinks we're in 1.7 when we're in 1.6, which means I need to reset. You've beaten some of your best times. Do you want to update them? No. I don't know how the timer got onto the wrong level there. Find out what webcam the porno people use to stream. Is that for low light? I don't think that they have a problem with low light. I think they go ahead and just they bone in, you know, underneath some halogen lamps, and there's no problem. Very nice. Fuck. God damn it. Alright, 4.2 is... I can start on it anyway. But so yeah, low light and the ability to zoom in. Or, okay, the other solution I looked at was, what if I could just mount the webcam a lot closer? But I don't know that I can really cover the distance that I would need physically and what's next to me in terms of, like, being able to hang something from a wall. What's really directly next to me is my window. Like, yeah. Where I'm sitting right now, to my shoulder is basically pointing at the edge of the window, and then there's, you know, 3 feet of window, and then so the nearest I could get it to me would still be like 5 feet away. Which, maybe that would work with a 50mm lens, but then the cost of webcamming myself in a way that doesn't suck would be like $65 for the camera plus $20 for the mounting solution. And it's weird for me because, you know, I've always been a guy who just made what he needed in those terms of things. If I need something to mount on, I'll just fucking get some wood and some screws and I'll make it work. You know, I made... In fact, Lady Pawn is rearranging her room after Christmas, and she's having to remount the speakers that I made for her. Those speakers that aren't speakers, but are made out of... I can't remember what they're even called. They're actuators that they vibrate. They are intended to vibrate a material as opposed to vibrate the air. And so you actually shake a material and turn that material into the surface of your speaker. And you know, I made these things. I wired them up. I figured out what driver I wanted with them and soldered some stuff together, like altered their design in both of the designs that I came up for myself. I'm that guy. But I'm also now, you know, bedridden with disability. And what I've certainly realized over the past few days is that as good as I've been doing, as good as I've been doing lately and thinking that I can be on my feet more often, no, like, I have hit a certain edge, you know, and what I can do is I can bank up energy and then be able to be on my feet for longer based on the excess energy. But then I will burn through that energy and no longer be able to be on my feet with that, you know, for that kind of a duration. So, yeah, there's a lot of limitations on me and on my desire to just build the solution I need with my hands. Inductors is Dramacian, yes, you helped me remember. You wrote inducers, but inductors, yeah. Inductors. And Lady Pawns are the ones that I'm actually most proud of. Because they're low power and yet still like major quality. Like really good quality for how low power and for the material that I used and stuff. The others that I made were basically just following someone else's recipe for what works for them. But the ones that I made for Lady Pawn, I made out of pink insulation foam. The best quality speaker that you can get when making these out of inductors is definitely made with ceiling tiles. And so I made a pair out of ceiling tiles for the living room, but because ceiling tiles are such a heavy material, they need some pretty strong inductors to vibrate them. And so, if I recall correctly, I think they're either 25 watt each. Yeah, I think that's right. I think they're like 26 is the number that sticks out in my head. 26 watt inductors for each one. And so you're using about 50 some watts for the speakers. And so I paired that with a 100 watt power supply, 100 watt driver. And those, just with the two speakers, provide you with a very, very good range of audio. You know, very like bassy. It's got everything to it. The main problem is that the bassier it gets, the more likely it is that the inductors are gonna, you know, shake themselves right off the back of the fucking things. So I made Lady Pawns out of pink insulation, like foam board, which is incredibly light, and that means you can go incredibly weak with the inductors. And so I was able to make them out of 5-watt inductors for each speaker, and I created a subwoofer for her that was just out of cardboard, just regular old cardboard, with I think a 2.5-watt inductor. And I found a driver board for it that would take the audio in and push it out to the speaker, power it up, push it out to the speakers. That covered all of those ranges of exactly what I needed in terms of wattage output for each thing. And that had a, dedicated bass out. And it's even a Bluetooth board, so you didn't have to plug anything into it. However, you do get a delay, and I wasn't going to design something that was going to have a delay. So I soldered, damn it. You don't do it on 1.5. I soldered a stereo 3.5 millimeter, your standard headphones kind of jack. I soldered a jack to a daughter board, and then wired that daughter board into the channels that the Bluetooth sends what it's receiving along on the main board, and even put a jumper on board that allows you to release the loop that's created by the phono jack, by the phone's jack, so that the Bluetooth thing, if you pull the jumper off it, the Bluetooth kicks back in. I engineered all that shit. Now I'm like blowing my own mind looking at it because it needs some work. She's moved it around, and there's some wires have come loose and stuff like that, and need to resolder some stuff and reconnect some stuff. But so I'm having a reason to look at it again, and I'm like, God damn, really? I did this? I did all this stuff? I paired all the right equipment together, and it works. The worst thing about it in its current state, and I don't know if this is going to be resolved when I, do my sort of repairs to it, but it does hiss. It does have a hiss to it. The hiss seems to be coming through the bass, through the subwoofer line. So I'll be looking at whether or not there's something to do with that. The hiss is, when there's absolutely no sound coming out of the speakers, you can certainly detect it. In the midst of, any amount of sound, it's not noticeable. It doesn't bother you at all. Okay, now land them, and then snap it. Coming in here, just do it by eye. Good. Also good. We're on PB pace right now. That's good and high. Go, go, go! Oh, fuck. It's not PB pace anymore. God damn it. I saved it as good as I can, As good as I could. I did the best I could with 1.9. Maybe in that scenario in 1.9, I'm thinking about it now. This would be better. That's what I'm thinking, is get out to the side. If I can get out to the side of it, but that's not exactly the hit that we had last time. We had something like this. And then that wouldn't be good. Death would not be desirable. Wow. 5 seconds if I just do it that way. Can I do that every time? Because I've just done it several times in a row. No. That's the one we had before. And this is the problem. It looks like I can get there until I'm almost there. There's the one we want. That doesn't... Yeah, that does go. Okay, this one just has to be really on the outside edge. And then you might want to do something like that. Get on the outside if you can, and then bring it back. Okay, I got a plan for 1.9 that's gonna be like gold in the splits the first time that I get it. I got it now. I know what to do on 1.9. Alright. Does looking down more for the jump get you higher? Yes, it does, Kenneth. Yeah. A harsher angle looking down gives you that height. Also, water bomb. That'll also get you higher. I went over. Yeah, I will be breaking out the soldering iron. Apparently, like one of the connections to one of the inducers was just bad. It was a bad solder joint, and so it. Hello. God damn it. And so it was arcing. For the longest time, I guess, and it actually just melted through the sort of housing of where the solder connects to on one side of the thing. So I will have to you know, do some bridge solder work, but it shouldn't be a problem. And even if it were, those 5-watt inducers, they aren't exactly the most expensive thing to have to replace. That was beautiful. It's like a half a second saved if I could... Yeah, look at that. 0.8. It was 0.6 seconds saved if you could do that on every 1-2 path. Let's have a drink. And a Tic Tac. Drink and a Tic Tac, everybody grab one. So Germasian, have you got or are you going to get a Buddy's Pizza? I was very surprised to see Germasian posted in our Discord server a picture showing that the primary... Why am I throwing it away on every 1-3? The source for Detroit pizza, they claim to be the inventor of it, and a pizza shop that I live blocks from the original Buddy's Pizza, is now like shipping their pizza around, which is a, you know, pretty good deal for the rest of the world, since y'all have never gotten to have Buddies. Almost. It is, you know, one of the best pizzas you'll ever have, if not the best pizza you'll ever have. Yeah, I didn't manage to pull that off the way we planned. That doesn't matter, because we're not on EB pace. We bought the pepperoni one. Was it called a Detroiter? That's the, that's what I consider sort of the stock. We usually just get a Detroiter. It's a simple pepperoni with Wisconsin brick cheese, and I could just about sell the goddamn thing for them the way that I know their menu. And have you tried it yet? And how did you like it if you did? It's very buttery, it's very rich, it's very... The dough is just, it's always seemed to me like they probably use a stick of butter on each, you know, a whole stick of butter on each pan of pizza over at Buddy's. For how, like, you know, buttery and smooth and warm and yummy the dough is, the crust kind of thing. It's a deep dish. But it's also just really, really rich. It's definitely not the kind of pizza you could have every day. I reset coming in, but the game didn't realize it. So the truck was still drifting to the right, which fucked up my attempt. Okay, that's a good one too. Okay, 1-3, a little slow to get it going, but it was a good hit once I got it going. Same thing with 1-4. And then 1-5, I was just like delaying everything. Slowing down a little bit and paying attention can pay off. He says he's doing 1-1. You know, like I'm not even paying attention. 1-1 is an exception. It's the first level. You might as well just try and rush out something that gets in a little, you know, as fast as it can. But then you get into the next level, and if the level doesn't fucking load with the right meter, then you're just, you know, I've got to, like, there is a certain part of this. I'm obviously adapting to the situation as it goes, but there's a certain part of this that's, you know, just repeating the same inputs over and over again with a certain timing. You've got to, like, have a decent idea of what that timing is, and if the level doesn't load at the time that you expect it to, that's an issue. God, what? Who did that? And then who did this? That's about as slow as I'm willing to have my 1-1s now. 4.3 is, you know, it's not good, but it's runnable. This is very good. I might just go and hope that I can drop the truck, because it was so good. Haven't tried it yet. In an aluminum pan, and you put it in the oven at 400. Doesn't aluminum melt at 399? Part of the magic of Buddies, they would certainly claim anyway. 4.5 to start? I don't think so. Something that they would, you know, claim is a part of the magic for Buddies at the original restaurant is that they is the pans that they bake it in, which were the lore that they claim it. You believe it or not, it's up to you. Is that the pans were actually made at one of the Henry Ford, like, you know, automotive, where they were making motors and stuff. They tooled the machines to make them these pans, I guess, is the premise. I don't know, but the machines were supposed to be, you know, deeply tied to Detroit's, or the pans were supposed to be deeply tied to Detroit's history, in that they were made by, you know, the motor manufacturing, Motor City, motor kind of stuff. Fuck. That was so, we were on such good pace too. And you know, pizza ovens at their, whatever it is that they run them at, 2500 Kelvin. Why am I doing that all of a sudden? I'm hitting the pause button as I go from one level to the next, as I transition levels. I've got this desire to hit the E key. Should have named the live stream going for a 53-second PB, and then we'd already have it. Instead, I invoked actual 4th rank, which is a 43.7 or something. 43.68, and I need 53, sorry, 53. 43. 43 would be almost world record. The sub-50s are using a different method than I'm using. I'm doing something that you would never ever do in the full game. At least I would. This is plausible for like running. It might even be plausible for running a few levels into forest and stuff. People have tried. I'm sure they've figured out what you can do reasonably and what you can't. But I would think you could do forest. You could do a couple of levels into forest using these methods. That's what you can't just hang out in 1-2 until you get it, buddy. That's a 3-8. Okay. There's nothing wrong with that. There's fucking nothing wrong with that. There you go.
I can't do it.
That sucks.
We'll do it live.
Okay. Well, no.
We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Fuck! Fucking thing sucks! It was gonna be a, 3.6 opening. Just drop the truck to try and make sure you don't hit the ground, and you come to a dead ass fucking stop. Then the ghost of Bill O'Reilly appears and is like, 3 other ghosts will visit you tonight. Tucker Carlson. And you're like, ah! And then the end. God damn it. There it is. Gotta go fast now. What are the odds I can... This was the plan. Fuck. That's pretty good work trying to save the time. And I did get that 1-9. I don't know how that wasn't a gold in 1-9, honestly. I'm looking at the golds right now. Best segment is 4.9. Okay. That is doable. We could get that time now that I'm doing this method. It's impressive that I could miss 1-6 and still, still come that close to PBing here. Miss 1-6 once. 1-5 is nothing. I need to stop letting it, psych me ouch. Oh, fuck! Don't say it out loud. I reset coming in and you didn't fucking listen to me. Got stuck. Is that a 4-point? Is it these? You can't do both of them that bad and start to run. I'll tell you that. But it's crazy how many seconds there are here, like either side to be found and saved. Just gotta pick some of them up and take it all the way to the end. Jump. Jump would be great. What if you fucking jumped, huh? What if that? Okay, beautiful 1-5. Goes all the way. Don't need any trucks, except for the one I gotta drop. Reset coming in. And missed the throw. There it is, though. Got it second try. It's frequently the way of things. Bad 1-8. Fuck. You really do have to hit it, like, harsh, though. Like that. Ah, that would suck on a, you know, if we actually had a run going. Yeah, that's the problem. That's why you gotta get on the outside. And I didn't. God damn it. Now bring it back. Yep, just like that. And then in here. Come in and hit it. 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 As simple as that. Very good 4-2, 1-2. Bad 1-3 though. Good 1-5. This goes far. Far enough to just go myself, I think. It kind of slowed me down. And 1-5 or 1-6 is just a son of a bitch. It's just gotta get it. There's nothing. There's no trick, there's no secret. The thing that I started at the beginning, I'm like, I'll hold down spacebar, and then that'll make things more consistent. It didn't. It wasn't. And I've abandoned it. Look at that, though. For 4.4. Not a good 1-3 or 1-4 here. Okay, that's a big old 1-5. Don't know what to do with that. And I'm pretty sure it didn't reset that time. I'm pretty sure it was fading to the right, but I came in so weirdly I had to pay every bit of my attention to the movement and not to where the truck was. Hello, Globster on YouTube. Pawn playing Clustertruck. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's jelk. What the fuck? I only just heard the term jelk the other day, and I don't know. I think I know what it means, but I don't think I could possibly say what it means. These kids these days with their silliness. G Lobster. G Money Lobster. What we're doing today is I'm grinding Desert segment. To try and take 4th rank. For 4th rank, I need to save 0.2 seconds over our current PB, which is on screen on LiveSplit right now, which is 53.8 seconds. I need to do way better than that, I'll tell you. 8.5 ain't helping me nothing there, but that's the real problem. And when we get past it, it's a possible run every time. Every time we manage to get past that. We are on sudden PB possibility. I fucked it up. Can I save it? Nope. We were 0.0. That's the kind of thing we need. 1.6 is the gatekeeper. And then I get into 1.8, and I just gotta, you know, it's not even a tricky one. Except for 1.8, there's something about 1.8. It's like the load of the level sucks every time. Get on the outside and then come back is the safest way for 1.5, 1.9. Oh, I didn't realize we were still running. I thought the timer stopped, and it had. Yeah, this is the potential for 110 to screw everything over. It's right there. Let's goop, yeah. Incidentally, we have I presume we have a fair few more people watching on Twitch than on YouTube currently, so if you have a Twitch account and you're feeling lonely on the chat on YouTube, then we are over here on Twitch. But that said, I don't actually know how many people we do or don't have. I'm unable to monitor that currently. My current system is set up. And it seems to me that Twitch tends to have less lag between me and the viewers. Okay, 8.0 is alright. But only if I get this, which I did. Beautiful 1.7. Went straight in. Beautiful 1.8. Make sure you hit it. I didn't do 1.9 right. But it's okay. Now we just walk it in.
Run
Oh, I got it! I got it! Oh, that's 4th rank right there. Ooh, the stress on 110. I was so afraid that hit was just way too straight down the center. I was going to slam into one of those rubber baby bubba bunkers and bounce off of it. You saw me like just steer as hard as I could out to the right, and then I didn't even feel like I knew where I was. I felt like I went blind for a couple of seconds. I woke up, I had a coffee, I came back to the game, I looked ahead of me, and I went, oh, the goal's over there, we're good. Ken says, I think I heard the live split desync sound. Is there a desync sound? G-Lobster said, nice, you got this, and then I got it, and then they said, told you. I got it, I got the 52.64, that's 4th rank right there. Let's pull it up and see the leaderboards. So, here's Sarah. Wait. Desert World. Wait. What? Yeah, I was like, isn't there somebody missing here? Am I crazy, or was it just missing like one person wasn't on the leaderboard for a second, like Danyan or Lolo wasn't there? I think it was Lolo was missing. What was I looking at? That we had a different... Anyway, here's the leaderboard, and there's Sarah's rank at 53 seconds. 53.6, and I just managed to take a full second off of it, a 52.6. I was just going for 0.2 seconds. I got 1 full second out of it, and you can see where there's a little bit more time saved to be had there. 110 was slow. 1.9 was not the great 1.9. 1.9 can be in like 5 seconds flat, or even a 4.9. We got a 6.3 second 1.9. So there's even more to be saved using these methods. But, okay, interestingly, let me show you what the sub 50s look like, how they're done. Let me show you what Danyan is doing over here. That's different than what we are. See this? So it's actually, I think, you start out the level with, you pause when the truck slams into the truck ahead of you? Is the idea, I guess? I thought there were more uses of the pause whip in this run than just the opening level. Oh, and Danyan got the weird big jump, which honestly I don't really get that one. 0.3, but this is mostly whip bouncing. Yep, whip bouncing again. So it just starts out, Danyan just starts out with one pause whip. Which is what I proposed at the beginning of today, was to figure out how to do a pause whip. Now that I've seen one, maybe we can. Yep, and Danyan's like 110 also wasn't as good as it could be, but you do that safe so that you don't throw away the whole run there. But you saw that opening. This is what we could be starting our level with here. Yeah. Okay, so let's tinker with that for a second. Shall we? Just to see. So first off, thank you. Save those splits. We got a 52.64. Wonderful. Let's what do I do here? I do like it's like, oh wow, okay, wait. I wonder what the timing is here, but it's something like this. What the fuck just happened? I think we went backwards. I just went backwards. Well, I'm trying to pause whip, but getting the pause whiff. I just got the opposite of a pause whip. I got a pause unwhip there. What happened? Who's to say? So this is why Danyan was saying the other day he's got 32,000 attempts. It's because they start like this. I got one. I got one there. This is also weird because I use QE for the whip bounce, but for a pure pause whip I actually do have to left click and then double tap E. Can you not do that start for the other levels? Why do they only do it for one? Super hard, I assume? Yeah, G-Lobster. Clearly, that's what I'm seeing here, is that it's really inconsistent. But I do believe that the world record holder for the segment does do more than just one. And that's how they have the world record. But no one can repeat, you know, what Emily does because she's clearly cheating somehow. Come on. Come on! Here we go! Hey, I got one! Does it suck? Sure. But I got one. 4.7, baby. I wonder if the angle that you're, like, facing matters. Like, if I... What? Okay. I am doing the, oops. How did I enter into 1, 2? What are you doing? What is... The way that the splitter works now is a little bit weird, I gotta say. There's a certain, like, delay that you gotta find here between your click and your double tap. Although I am able to do just a PPTB. That's interesting. So the easier way to get that is you do like this. Oh, wow. You're not supposed to be able to get a jump that's that tall, but you can do this. You jump, and you land on the hood of the truck. Front left is usually helpful to get more. And then if you pause at just the right moment, you can get this kind of like big bounce kind of thing. That's what's happening when I'm trying to get this. Oh, my first one that went the right direction and with speed. But, you know, it didn't go in exactly the right direction. But there you go. That's what we're looking for. I don't think looking down is a good idea. It's not what I see the other runners doing. I'm definitely not going to develop this skill, I'll tell you that. I'm much happier to just do that. Wow, there's 0.2 seconds to save on the opening of my new PB? Let's see what the times are comparatively. Wow, there's time to be saved right at the beginning of this thing. These are bad opening hits, and I'm saving time on them. What the hell? How is this possible? There's so much time to be saved at the beginning. What the hell was my run? What did I start? I must have been talking or something. I must have been jawing away and allowing myself to have really bad hits, because look at how much further ahead we are just by doing a couple of competent hits at the beginning of the run. We're already a second ahead. You kidding me? Damn. There it is. See, that's when I get golds, is when I'm forced myself to go fast. Out to the right? No. Didn't have the height. That's more, no. There you go. No? There you go. And then out to the right and back to the left. So you do that. Damn. Yeah, there's 1.5 seconds to be saved. There's 1.5 seconds to be saved just by doing the beginning of this thing a little bit more competently. Damn. And look at that, that was awful, and it's only 0.1 off. I need to get a really good idea of how long each of these is. And see if I... Why didn't you reset? The splitter is really not... 0.4 seconds saved there. 4.4, which is a really good time. Just doesn't lose anything. Wow, okay. 1-2, my 1-2 was good in the splits then. But my 1-1 sucked, my 1-3 sucked, and my 1-4 sucked. So it's just a basically competent 1-3. It wasn't a good one, it was just fine. and it saved half a second. So, do I have to stay in to try and get more time? I mean, I'm not gonna get another rank. I'll tell you that. There's no sub 50 in my future. Okay, good. Reset. Good jump. Good throw. That was a really good throw. The game just fucking robbed me. Both of those were just fine. There's nothing wrong with them. Maybe that I was too far away. That is pretty hard to walk away from, knowing that I left a second and a half of time save in the first 5 levels. Like, this is a bad one too, so I lose the half second I just saved, but then I gain it back here on 1-3. Well, no, because this 1-3 sucks even harder than it did in PB, but then I pick that back up here, surely. And then I fuck this up entirely. Wow. Damn it. 4-0 to start is good. This 1-2 will just be a match. Maybe a little bit of a loss. 4-3 is good. Wow, 1-4 is great. This is a solid 1-5. I'm gonna land the trucks. Oh my god. No, fuck. Okay, I can get it back on level 9. 1.6 seconds ahead, coming out of 1-6. And then on 1-9, there is another 2. I could get sub 50. I mean, I would have to. That would be getting almost everything out of it that I've got. That's cute. That would be getting almost everything out of it. Hi, how you doing? This is... And then he beeps at me. The hell is this? Is this an advertisement for something? Thank you for watching Clustertruck. Head back to Desert World, any percent. What am I running against here? A 49.1. I'm not beating a 49.1 without the pause whip start. Yeah. What does the pause whip start? Get these guys, actually. I didn't notice what the time was. It's a 2.4. So over my 4.0, it's already saving a second and a half. It's close, man. Even without the pause whip start, I could get close to this. But I'd have to be getting everything, and what are the odds of me getting everything? How long we been here? 2 hours on the nose. I got what I came here for, which was 4th rank. Look at that. That's a 3-7. It's a really hard start to get. 3-7 doesn't come along every day. Decent 1-3. Definitely headed toward a live stream break. 1-5. Land the trucks. It's a sub 8. It's very nice. Mm-hmm. Pull it down, pull it back. Good. Okay, just get me in. Bad 1-8. Horrible 1-8. I gotta throw a truck to land and jump. Fuck. 2 seconds behind after that 1-7 anyway. There's an incredible amount of time there still left to save. We're going to take a live stream break is what we're going to do. That's me in the mirror. That's me in the spotlight, losing my religion. In the corner, even. That's what you're looking at. The camera just isn't working today. We're going to take a live stream break, 7 minutes. When we come back, I think what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to switch over to actually running the full game. We now have 4th rank. Could I get down to like a 50-second time instead of a 52-second time? Absolutely. Could I get 3rd rank? I don't know. It seems like it'd be hell of a grind. I want to do a full run game, which I haven't done, or a full game run of any percent, which I haven't done in 240 frames per second since years ago. We did one the other day, but I was at 90 frames per second. I didn't realize I was playing the game with my, dick tied behind my shoes. So, that's what I'm going to do when we come back, and we'll see what kind of like full game runtime I can get. G Lobster says, before you go, I used to binge all your videos. Love the trucking content. Hope all is well. Happy New Year. Thank you very much, G Lobster. We will be back in 7 minutes. In the meantime, I'm going to play some music. What have I got? Where are we now? I'm going to play some music. It's just going to be some good loads, mainly. Okay, usually it's some of my music, some of my covers and whatnot. Meet me back here in 7 minutes. Grab a drink, grab a snack, take a poo, leave a pee, do what you got to do, and we'll carry on 7 minutes from now. Don't go anywhere, pawn that out.
Stop their making merriment. What if all the happy, shiny people lost their luster? What if all the elves who make the cookies for the world ran out of dough and sold the cookie tree? We'd all go hungry. The developers are ripping up the roots to build a factory wherein the shiny objects would be like so much on value to be shipped out to zillions small distributors where you can read your paycheck for more important things like the empty words now would be of hip-hop's latest poster child preaching lines of solitude and hatred to the market minds of so many sheep, so many to count. I'm full of
Hello, I am the Ronin Bald, and welcome back to Shut Up. That's me, so I can tell myself to shut up. Welcome back to twitch.tv and youtube.com/RoninBall live stream on twitch.tv's and youtubes.com/RoninBall. We are playing Clustertruck today. And that was a lot of words in a very short span of time, and now I'm breathless. You leave me breathless. We just pulled in a, if you check the splits over here, you'll note that we just pulled in a 52.6 second clear of Desert World. The splits say Desert World. I'm sure I did that intentionally. I'm sure I did. So we will leave it there. Desert World! Save them splits and open some new splits. Open me up all worlds. Okay? Because we are now going to run the full game. The whole goddamned game. Except for... that does start the timer, huh? Okay. And when I reset, it starts it like that as well. That's a bit of a pisser, isn't it? Can I just, like, with the control and, if I, like, paused you? Does that stop you from it probably doesn't stop it from receiving signals. No, it doesn't. I wanted to see if there's a version of this. I mean, this one could just be done like this. Okay. And then this one, don't worry that it shows the wrong level. if this one was done like this... Actually, that's a bit too powerful. I'm wondering whether or not we could run the beginning of the game with these powers that I've been using. And this one can also just be done like this. Yeah, but it might not get there. Yeah, that's true. You need one like this in order to get there, and so you're risking a lot in order to get past here and then be able to do stuff like this. And that's a good thing that I didn't clear that level because it might have messed up my best times on 1-3. So let's stop and let's do that. And so the idea would be to this, and then you as well, just all the way to the end. Yeah, that's gonna be an issue, trying to clear these trees. Now that's interesting. And if I did it so hard to the right that well, so hard to one side that I actually got out of the tree line. I guess this is the issue and why people don't do it, is so far I've only found one level that benefits by it. Okay, but then 2-6 would. 2-7. 2-7 would also benefit by it. Basically, you get the, this, but for free. It's been so long since I did this version of things. There's a PTB here, like that. Yeah, and actually this goes further than some of that, huh? Like if you can get this to come off correctly, what if I come down to this side? Just out of curiosity. No? I need a good one. Okay, so yeah, you want it to be like that. This one would be not worth the trouble, basically, is what it's looking like. Wouldn't want to do this. And not having levitation means you would have to do one of these, and you would have to get it perfect. You would have to get a really good one. So far we've seen like 2 levels that can benefit by this method. See that? See how close that gets? But it makes several other levels a lot harder. This would be... Need to get a lot to make it here. You gotta get up over that. Which you should be able to do just by aiming down more, walking further up the truck, probably. And at this point where you're doing this, you might as well just learn to do the PTB. Because you can do like something like that. Yeah, there's a PTB there that you can figure out. And 2-9. Yeah, okay. I was curious whether or not, you know, it was worth it to try and get away without levitation. It's not. Certainly not for me. So, let's start our run then. Start a real run. And you'll see the difference between, you know, the pause whip and just regular old pause bouncing. Or no, whip bouncing and pause bouncing. Here's our pause bounces. So far, haven't required levitation at all. Still don't need levitation. And then having levitation helped there. And then this one, because it's a bitch, I'm gonna get fucked over anyway, even though I skipped it, because I just want to get some runs started. I still got fucked over by the game. That's what I was trying to do. Hit like this. Feels so much slower, doesn't it? And yet, we are still, like, crushing the fucking usual play methods for this game. Uh-oh. Yeah, that ain't good. This is another one where I just run it, because it's a problem. It's not worth it. And then we come into 2-1, and I would do this. I want to aim directly at the little crotch in the rock right there. But I want to be coming in more like that. And that gives me the angle that I want. And then here, I could just try this. Oh, I reset from finger press-itis, we'll call it. And then... Yep. Okay, let's reset and get a decent run going. At least out of World 1. I know where I'm not gonna fight, and this is, you know, a lot easier to get okay times out of. God damn it. Already 1 second behind and losing more here. I think I'll have to go for this. And then we'll just reset. You know, I'm not expecting to, like, beat my own time or anything. I just want to get on a decent pace to start. And that won't do it. Using these methods, the fastest run that I've gotten through Desert, I think was a 59? It was a 59. It was a sub 1 minute. I managed to get a sub 1 minute without any whip bounce kind of stuff. I need to start steering again. That's the other thing, is that steering is actually faster in most of these instances. It isn't with the other method, but it is with this one. The strafe is what I'm talking about. I need to be strafing. Look at that, all the way. With just 2 levs, it's a beautiful guy. Oh no, just go. Just go. And this one, pop, pop. Okay, it's fine. Yes. And we got ourselves a start. Did I get the dessert? Says Diane. I did. I got a 52. A 52-second clear. Just gonna slow down, make sure this goes through correctly. First I got a 53. Just gonna run it in. And then we got a 52, and honestly, my 52, even without a pause whip to start, even without it, I could turn that into a 50, maybe even a 49. I'm shocked, honestly, from what I was seeing. The beginning of my 52 is so slow. There's so much time to be saved there. Uh-oh. This just kind of sucks, but it's not worth resetting. It's salvageable. Oh, what the fuck? What was that phantom force that fucking pushed me out? Alright. Oh, yeah. Okay. There it is. So now I'm doing my first run, full game, at 240 frames per second in, you know, however many years. See what we can come in. Because the runs that I did that I posted to oh Jesus, whoops, to our community, I didn't realize that I was still running at 90 frames per second. I was being a silly man the whole time. So, you know, everything that I was doing, I came in with like a multiple 16-second times or 16-minute times. Those were 90 frame per second 16s. So it should be a little bit easier. There you go. First try 3.9, which is pretty easy now. I completely get what needs to happen on 3.9. And it's just that you want to be far enough to the left, having turned around, it's to your right, I guess. But you want to be far enough to one side that the truck has to spawn where you want it to spawn. It just doesn't have the option to spawn anywhere else, and then it hits you in exactly the way that you want to be hit. This is huge. I've never seen one this big. Wow, yeah, I would say so with the PB, with the gold there. I never saw one that big. Yeah, this one is just a pain in the ass to get out before the lasers get you. Oh, and then I'm not fucking with this. I didn't do it in my PB. I'm not gonna do it here. Yeah, all the training that I just did on the whip bounces, boy, is it paying off. Like, the amount of, like... Oh, I didn't even know that there's a thing over there, because I've never gone that way, because I've never had this kind of, like, power before. Yeah, I just got so much more, like, height and distance and authority than I've ever had before. Even at 240, you know, I used to run at 240. This is just, I understand what I'm doing now in a way that I didn't before. What gets you bigger hits and stuff. Oh, this is 410, just run it. Oh, shit. That's not my method. I've got a very specific method for this. Works every time. Comes in less than 12, and I managed to fuck it up. Oops. Should keep falling to the left like I was before. Yeah, that. That's what I want to be doing. That's what practice I've got. The muscle memory I've developed. Uh-oh. Check this one out. Watch this. All the way! No problem, 5-7 all the way. This one's a little low. Oh, wow. What are the odds? Let's go through the... I won't be able to stay high enough to go through that invisible bit. Let's still do this. Uh-huh. Sure can. Shouldn't have got onto the strafe, though. Way too early. I could have kept speed and stuff. Okay. That was a weird hit. I'll take it. It could go all the... They all go all. You can improve on all your times. I mean, it feels that way. If I knew what the fuck I was doing anyway. Not necessarily. It's not like... I mean, my 1330... you know, was pretty fucking good. It's just, it feels like I have more power at my disposal now. I'm hitting the jumps more rightly. Hitting my moments more correctly. And I know how to get the big ones that send you all the way to the end of the really long levels. You like that shit? I'm gonna run this one. Okay, and check my time. Check my time. I just ran it instead of doing anything else. Sub 11. How's that? That's not what I want. This isn't good. Alright, I'll get on the outside. Okay. This one feels better, a lot better. 3 levs and out. Okay, that's way too much height. Yeah. It's me right in the line of the missiles. Okay, that's fine. I should have done the boost into this one. It saves time. Although it's kind of a specific boost, and I don't know what I need there, so maybe I was better off to not. Okay, this will be tricky. Okay. Beautiful. Check this out. Look at this shit. That's gonna be like a 27. 27, 28. I'll stay high too. That'll help. I don't stay too high. 28. 28-0 though. It was on the verge of a 27. I don't know why I do that. I'm pretty sure this doesn't really help you at all. Okay, all skill, no luck. All skill, no luck. That was so close. Okay, this wasn't a good hit. So let me just turn around and walk out. Perfect 8-3 first try. Go to the right, go to the right, go to the right. Good 8-7. That doesn't go. That doesn't go. That goes. But it was off angle too far. That doesn't go. That doesn't go. That goes. It doesn't go. How long can I keep going at it? Okay, this one I have a method for. Well, I messed it up, but the fact that I waited for all the speed, look at how much speed I have. One lev, and look. I'm out in 17 seconds without doing a PTB. Goddamn. Wait, that's so fast? I'll need to look at that? Yeah, there's some, I got some tricks. I got some tricks up this old top hat sleeve butthole. The old top hat butthole sleeve. That is not the right place to do that at. Okay, but nuggets. I made it work. Ooh, good one. It's hard to get on this horrible level. See that? See that? Look at this. 240 FPS, 2 levs out in 8.7 seconds because I waited for the 2 trucks to come together and touch one another. Be sexy. Come together, touch one. It was so amazingly good first try. If it just would have had, you know, a little bit lefter directionality. Alright, good enough. Good enough. Kind of wait for the truck to nose down on that one first. And so I know when to go. Oh, I forgot to preload 910. Okay. Boom! 1510. That's really good. That's really good. And a couple of golds in there, too. My first run at 240 FPS since God knows when. And it's a 15:10. And my best time ever is a 13:30. Only a minute and 40 seconds behind. And at least 40 of those seconds were lost to 8.7. 12:45 to 3:02. I mean, there was a few seconds lost there anyway. In fact, how was it? How we were doing before we hit 8.7? 109 And so it cost me 32 seconds. No, 22 seconds? Like 37 and 39. It cost me 28 seconds. Not getting 8-7 first try like I did in PB. I mean, all the way through Medieval. That's really good. That was a really good run. Alright, shut up. Yeah, let's look at 8-7. See, that doesn't go. You really gotta... That goes. This should go. Yeah, this one goes. You really gotta know what's working, and I gotta make sure that I am actually hitting the right in the back before I, like, fire off the truck. I feel like that was a problem while I was doing it, because I just wasn't hitting... I feel like I was doing it too quickly. I wasn't leaving enough time for me to actually, you know, have effect by stepping back and forth. This doesn't go. This might. Nope. That might. You saw I got the height, the upward inflection. That's the problem with that one. And Emily gets that one, and she just, like, goes through the space between that, and it's like... I don't know, it doesn't work out for me when I've done it. There we go. Yeah, I really gotta leave myself quite a bit of time. There's a 6.9. After I do the keys, I gotta really commit to it. Make sure that the inputs have been registered before I fire the thing off. It's mainly about the correct timing. Having the right aim, but also not throwing the truck before you've actually done the tap right, tap back inputs. Born, you're alive, says Shakiest Gun in the Ozarks on YouTube. Been years since anything was recommended. How are things? Things are good. Things are with my myalgic encephalomyelitis. They're very good. I'm live streaming on all these platforms now because they've been doing very well. That said, very well is subjective. I can be on my feet continuously for 8 to 10 minutes. I am doing fucking great. You don't even know. That's the truth, too. Yeah, it is. But I'm on low-dose naltrexone and low-dose aripiprazole, and between the two of those, and just being incredibly careful with my pacing regimen, making sure that I'm not spending energy that I don't have, I have recovered so much. God damn it. And I'm now able to, you know, bring it. Bitches. Bring it, bitches. How fast is that opening supposed to be? That was a full second slower than the opening that I used to get out of here. So let's do better. Yeah, see, now that ties it. 1-2. This is, I think, going to be a good 1-2. Bad 1-3 though. Jeez, doesn't even get there with this 1-3. Yeah, it's weird. It's like the things that work for the whip bounce are diametrically opposed to the things that work for... Whoa, look at this. Yeah, I would think so. That was a crazy 1.5. Crazy fast 1.5. Crazy good. Very well as objective, I feel that. Yeah. Okay, then we'll just run this one out. Gotta stay alive. Yeah! Alright, now I gotta reset. Or, okay. I can make it work! Almost did, too. We'll just stand up here and... Alright, reset. Yeah, very different what works for, I don't know if that's true. I'm kind of like, I'm saying that because I'm trying to convince myself. I'm trying to convince myself. I'm trying to test myself. Is it true? What works for a whip bounce is so much different than what works for a pause bounce. Because the whip bounces want to be like, you walk further up the truck's windshield, and you get more. You get more speed. You get more everything. It's good. Whereas the pause bounce feels like there's a magic spot in the middle that I want to be hitting. I want to be hitting much nearer to sort of the crease of the windshield and the truck hood for the pause bounce, regular old pause bounce. Let me just run this one out. Here, pop, pop. Hit it. Wow. Beautiful. And beautiful. Wow, we're actually green in World 2. Uh-oh. Okay. This is one that I was just running as well because of this, because yeah, it's just time loss. You can't get it, and I frequently can't get it. Let me go! Fuck. This should go all the way. Cool. Thank you. Wow. That might have been the one that goes all the way! Why can't I get this? This isn't a problem for me. Yeah. I don't understand what just happened there. But it's first day back running any of this stuff, so we'll take, you know, some pretty bad times. It's a sub 9. The button, please. Oh wow. Look at this. If I would have hit that first time and gotten that, it would have been gold. Okay, I don't know what the fuck this is. Except for not good. I recognize it as not good. There you go. Whoa, I don't like them low like this, because, yeah, there's, how do I get through the lasers becomes the question. High ones, you can just steer over the top and not worry about it. Uh-oh. This is very fast. Yeah, I would say so. And then I guess I'll go for 4-5 since we need to pick up some time. Good. Pulled back a little time. And then I lost it right. That's usually how things go. You don't say that out loud because it's tempting fate. This is beautiful. This could be gold. How fast that went. No. Fine, just make me look like an asshole, game. No. Hop. Takes me here. All the way to the front trucks. Uh-oh. 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 We're fine. We're only 25 seconds behind into medieval. "32 seconds behind" is what I meant. 32. And big ol' throw takes me all the way to go. Okay, this is a good one. This is not a good one of these. I'm gonna land a truck just to make sure I've got what I need to get there. Good, first try 6-1. Problem is I already did 6-1 first try in my PB, so it didn't like save me anything. But it doesn't lose me much. Ooh, this sucks. It gets there, but it sucks. Ooh. Ew. Both of these kinda stink. That was good. I like that. Okay. Just fall fast. I didn't touch nothing on that one. I liked it so good. I liked it so much. Just right through the bars and in. 4.8, and then straight into the friggin' wall with a 1.2 to death. I don't know what it was. And this is one where I just run it. Because I feel it's pretty fast just to run it. 10.8. Okay, that's alright. I think I go outside. No, we're good. Just say hi. And use all your lev. Yep. We're fine. Okay, looking good on the missiles. First wave, anyway. Fuck that up. Really good launch, though, when I finally got there. Should be too good of a launch. Okay. So I'll take it. Very nice. Now the tricky 7.8. Wow. Very nearly fucked that up. And I still didn't get like a great kick out of it. I'm thinking this is a 29.30. A high 29. No, it was a 28 too. Huh. Okay, hi. Okay, all skill, no luck. All skill, no luck. Say it with me. All skill, no luck. Yeah, I don't trust it. Not because it involves luck, but because of how much skill it involves, so... Trust what I was seeing. I like the time I'm coming with on my second pass. Uh-oh. Just walk her in. Walk it out. It's too high. Too low. Too low. Too low. Damn it. This is a very hard one, but I don't usually struggle with it, and so this just ruins the whole run. There we go. What? That was in. My hand is very jittery right now. Let's see that. There we go. That's a very difficult PTB. You gotta go under, but also over. It's a son of a bitch, but I guess I need to practice it. Just, you know, it's not one that I usually struggle with. When I'm warm on it, we're fine for that one. Not a good time for my hand to be jittery. Whoa, that was about as close as you get. Oh, it's all height, no speed. Yeah, what are you gonna do? Who's that in chat, too? I see you with the red name. Waving. Well, it's a 6, but I can't read the name because it's in red on black, and I need to take my glasses off in order to see red. Can't do that because I'm in the middle of the speed run. Come on. Yeah, hold it back! Fuck. There. No. No. My hand, the jitter is the problem. I can't aim. Okay, there we go. Some of them really need to be aimed, and some of them are just like, fuck it! Like this one. This one doesn't really need a lot of aim. Okay, welcome to hell. We're again a minute 50 seconds behind. And it's mostly, again, down to like one problematic level, one or two. It's stuck on. Okay, this didn't work out exactly the way that I want it to. But, you know, I made it work anyway. Okay, this isn't great. But before I was an any percent runner, I was a no ability runner, so give me a little velocity where I want to go. I will get there. Look at this shit! Look at my shit! Yeah? Stop it. This one's a little bit nasty to try and get because it's so uphill. I was lucky. So I was out of lev. Okay, this is fine. It goes there. 0S4. I can read it. Been following ever since you exposed that one speedrunner many years ago. Welcome. Yeah, hi. How you doing? Connor Ace, the legend of Connor Ace. I should really make my own, like, in-depth video about that whole thing and collect all of the YouTube money. All of the fat YouTube money that's waiting for, you know, controversies and stuff like that. YouTube loves a good controversy. Even though it's old and still, it's a speed-running, cheating video. Algorithm loves that shit. Eats it up. And I had to be principled. Whatever. Okay, 9-7. 9-Tevin. It's a 9-Tevin kind of a Tevel. Another 15-minute clear. 2 in a row. Very nice. Running against my own PB here. 13 minutes and 30 seconds, and if we look, I think I was doing really well until I hit Steampunk. If I scroll back up. Yep. 8-2 was a huge time loss for me. And so was 8-9. Well, 8-8, right? No. How does this work? 8-3 and 8-9, I guess, were the big time losses. Yeah, that makes sense. 8-3 and 8-9. Wait, what's 8-9? How does 8-9 end up taking a bunch of time from me? Oh, right, it's the one, yeah, you have to nail that too. But look at how well I was doing through sci-fi, staying under 50 seconds behind. So, what we see we need to practice is World 8, mainly. That cheating scandal and the glitchless Mirror's Edge videos were so good. I don't think that the Mirror's Edge was me. I really enjoyed Mirror's Edge, but I don't think I ever played it on my channel. Alright, shut up. Let's go practice the World 8. So this is the main problem, and it's all about aiming and getting the right shot. There's really nothing to, you know, you just do the same tap. There it is. That's the right shot. That's okay. If I steer it a little... It's a little bit... Yeah. Importantly, I'm off the spacebar when I throw this one, when I hit it. I get off of the spacebar because I don't want any extra height Like if I hold spacebar and I do this, see how it threw me straight up into the balloon there. But if I'm off spacebar when I do it, then I have this, you know, better line that can get me below the balloon, but above the cog, and that's what we're looking for. And you see how narrow that little space is that we've got to hit too. It's pretty unforgiving. Any other method for running this level too is just horrific. It's a really bad level. Pretty much in any category, 8.3 is a problem. Yeah, 8.3 is real bad. Like I'll show you some no utility strats. Here's what I like to do. Something like that. And then I'm on the outside and I don't have to fight any of that cog stuff, and then we get underneath the level and we come in over here, and that counts. If you do it in no ability, so I'm not going to use any of the abilities, then I can't. It's been so long since I did this, I'm half making it up again, but I think something like this, and then yeah, that's my movement for no ability. For a 16.5. It's a very high skill level no matter which way you're doing it. Even in any percent, you know, you've really got to do just a perfect PTB here to thread a needle. Or if you go too high, you hit the balloon, and if you go too low, and then even halfway through the level, you can hit that cog. Safe way that I normally do isn't too awful. Similar to the NU NPS, but with pause bounce at start instead. Oh, really? So you get up there a little bit early. Let's see. Oh, you pause bounce here, and then you just go all the way with Lev and stuff. Is that the idea? You can get enough. Ooh, but you still got to get under the balloon. It's usually a tight... Yeah, okay. You can make it. It's tight though. It is tight because even the run up from over here where I've got full lev when I do this. Like if I just do that and I try and lev this out, I'm not gonna make it. See that? You need, like, more than what I just got in terms of, like, a little bit of a nose grind when I... Yeah, like that. And just that little extra bit of height is absolutely necessary for getting far enough out here. So... yeah, even this method is, you know, has a chance of failure associated with it then. Although you've got the height, and you've probably just got more speed in general. Yeah, no, that looks pretty safe. I guess because of the speed that you get off of the pause bounce. So that's a 10.7. And if I can do it, the alternative, 10.7 clear, is what does this get me? And that I had to dodge a little bit, a 5.2. So it's a pretty important trick to pick up for the for what you can get, and it actually is pretty damn consistent once you get good at it. You figure out where you're going to aim, and if you don't have a neurological condition that causes spasms in your arm whenever you do big movements in a game like this, then yeah, getting the 5-second clear is pretty easy. You just come in, you're holding space while you come in, boom, lift up, do the little tap backwards, get your aim, tap backwards and to the right. Just roll them over. And then it's just a matter of, you know, figuring out where the aim needs to be and holding it each time. And then again, best practice, if you've got a good PTB with the line you don't need to adjust, don't hold, you know, just hold spacebar, don't steer in the air, and that'll get you there. So my 8.3, we're supposed to be practicing it. I'm over here like narrating. That's the biggest problem. I don't remember that being a major issue for me in the past, clearing that gear. Yeah, I didn't hold nothing, I got a sub 5. If you don't have to do anything, then you can sub-5 it. If you have to steer a little bit, you're going to be like a 5-2, 5-3. That's what it's looking like. See that? Tried to get away without steering it, but I needed to. It's a 5-1. I did 2 levs in midair. So where is the spot? Because I'm more like feeling it out by, by sense of smell than I am like paying attention to where I need to throw the thing. You know, I've done this for so many years, trusting my instincts, without actually knowing where I'm supposed to be throwing. Works a lot of the time. But that shimmy in my arm is problematic. I keep getting to what I think is the place I want to aim, and then my arm does a thing, and I'm no longer aiming there. That's good. There's a 4-9. Another 4-9. I'm surprised on that one. Just steer a little bit. That one slowed down a lot because I had to steer a lot at the very end. That goes. There's another 4-9. A 4-9-3. That was very low. Low 4-9. Yeah, holding spacebar once you're past that, past the balloon, is recommended. Yeah! There's a 4-8. There we go. I can just tell them, too. I know what they look like. There's a 4-7. It's the fastest I've ever done this. 4-6. If I just like do a little bit faster on the on the start, maybe I can pick up a 4-5. It'll mess things up though, because I'm not at the height that I expect to be at. 4-9 when I throw. And I should be practicing. I shouldn't be trying to get my best time ever. I should be practicing what I would do when I come in on a run. There's a 4-7. Didn't even have to lev. On the outside is also an option, if needs be. Let's see how consistent I've started to get on, like, feeding it through. And then he didn't get one for, like, the next 12 attempts. For a second, before I acknowledged it, I was just nailing them all without thinking about it, right? Can get into the flow state. There it is. And there's another one. It's viable. Kind of sucks. But it gets there. God damn it. Ooh, that's a weird one. What if I did that? So I'm changing things up here. Wow. That seems a lot more consistent. Instead of just holding space as I come in, I'm actually like coming on to spacebar. Just a tick after, you know, after I enter the level. I think it's just helping with being a little bit further away from the wall. I don't know if it matters for the lineup here. I could accomplish the same thing by just like holding back a little bit more, I would think. There we go. That's a good one. 4-9. That goes. Except for I missed it. Now I'm trying, like, waiting until I'm sort of past the top of the jump arc. See if that improves my chances any. So I'm just barely starting to descend before I throw it. I think right at the top of the jump arc is ideal for this, actually. That's good. I'll get on the outside for it though, and then bring it back, and I'll hit a part of the building, just for good measure. Just to... Okay, I've got some warmth on that, and then this one's just real easy. You just just do this if you want to risk it. Anyway, you can just go under, but you gotta get the right head. To go straight in. The safer way is to get on the outside. So just something like this. Say you steer it to the outside and then hover it in. That'll make sure you get it. Yeah, usually you get a hit like this. You steer to the outside. If you try and come back in, you're gonna have trouble. See that? It's better to like go from the outside. If you're headed toward the outside like this, then go under, like that. But if you can just go straight down the middle, I don't think you're gonna go faster than that. 8-4 isn't one I really need to worry about. Neither is 8-5. The biggest problem with these levels is that you come in and the game, like, never respects a reset coming into the next level when you're playing the game. It never respects a reset, puts you in the middle of, you know, middle of the air, or gives you a big jump or something. It's a pain in the ass. It sucks. And there you go. Second attempt, 8-7. It goes in. Doesn't go. This goes. Just like that. I don't know, I feel like 8-7 is so... It's one of those things where it's so hard to get, you don't want to practice it. You wanna... There's an aspect of luck to it where it's like... The more that you get it, the more you're spending, the luck you're gonna need to get it next time. Look at how close AJ and I and Snakeathon all are on the same page. And we're not even close, it's just, look at the gap. Snakeathon's gotten a 4.6, I gotten a 4.9, AJ's gotten a 5.0. It's a big gap because the only way that you get this is with, like, it's either teleport or you have to knock yourself down out of the air somehow. To get the really fast one. I believe, like, what do you do? I think you gotta, like, turn around immediately and go, first off, like, might even be something like that. Can't remember, do you do... Yeah, I think it was probably something like this. You just turn around and you throw, but it's got to be with a pause, and then you get flying up there, and then I don't know. It's been too long since I did it, but it would be, you know, I've got my time is on the ILs, on the category extension leaderboards for that. Dangyan's got a 4.5 on the IG leaderboard. Yeah. Yeah, Snake's 4.6. I was like, I see how you do that. I'm not gonna do that. And I actually had Snake beaten, though, on the IL leaderboards, on the category extension leaderboards, because Snake does not have a recording of that time, I don't think. So that was world record when I got my my fastest time ever through here. It was the world record at that time. Alright, so 8.7 is 8.7. 8.8 is a bit tricky, but that's it. And now I'm just holding spacebar and levitating. That's all I'm doing. Spacebar and levitating, making sure to levitate in a way that I can get through the rings without getting hit by them. And then you definitely want to hit the you know, level complete tape. That's important. But we wait here until we see these go past. While staring at the windshield, I wait until I see those start to enter my view, and then I do this. And the speed that the truck has picked up, because it's on these rails, gives you more speed than you would usually get, and then you're just looking for a way to try and hang on to that speed without having to steer, which, you know, takes the speed off. Sometimes you get to the end and you still have to steer. That's a 20-second time, that's not great. But you can get, like a... I think I've gotten a 14, definitely a 15 out of this. See how much speed I got out of that? And we're going straight down the middle. 1 lev, 2 lev, 3 lev, 4 lev. 18.2. That's a more reasonable time to get out of this method, is an 18.2. Actually, what if I waited... Yeah, if you wait for 3 of them to pass, look at how goddamn fast I'm going. Look at this. I think this is better. I just got a 17.5, and I'm just waiting for the truck to pick up speed that it's getting from the speed rails, and then I go. I'm gonna try that, yeah. Look at that. When the third set of, you know, pillars enters my view from either side, I go, and then I just hold spacebar, I don't steer at all, and we're walking out in the same 18 right there without me having to try at all. 1, 2 pillars, 3 pillars, and then I go. And then just lev to get through the rings if you're heading toward them, and at the end steer to make sure you hit the goal tape. 17.6. I think that's, you know, it's a good way to go. Hey, there's Noah. The Fastest way would be what? You do something like this, and then you get up here, and you turn around, and you do... Not like that. Not like that. You do something like that. You do a PTB. Is that right? Is that what people do? I don't know where this PTB should be done, like at what distance or at what height or anything. There's also this, which is what I did for like my IL, or I don't know if I did it with that. I just something like that, give you extra speed, but it's just not trustworthy. Those things. This is brilliant though. This is a new update. Update to routing. Wait for that, like the third one. A lot of pressure on getting it right. Let me do it over here. A lot of pressure to get it right after all that time waiting. Ah, and yeah, the hitboxes are deceiving. See that? Yeah, a lot of pressure to get it right after all that time. Maybe I'll double single tap. That didn't help either. Instead of doing the EQ thing. I think you just gotta go for it, buddy. Go for it and believe. Just lev to land? Stop, not land on a truck? That's how you do it anyway? I don't know, it seems to me like using a truck to stop would get you to the PTB part faster. I just don't know where the PTB would go. I have tried it in the past and not been too interested in it. You know, I'm a min-maxer. I'm looking for stuff like this. It's like, I don't have to work for it, it's kind of just there, it's kind of just free. And it's impressive as hell that you can get that just by waiting. You actually wait and go faster. That's crazy. I'm gonna wait a little bit longer. 3, 4. I waited for 4 of them to pass. This is too slow. I'm gonna try it again. This would be something to like play with the speedometer. Come into this level with the speedometer on and see like when you get really good speed. Like when you've got enough to where it's not worth waiting for any more speed. That would be played with. You're gonna be yoinking this method? It's so much easier than the PTB? How much? Surely you lose a couple of seconds, right? I mean, the PTB is... Yeah, but I don't actually do the PTB in your PB? Okay, yeah. 17.6. This is a sub 18. This is a consistent sub 18, but you gotta wait for the third set of those to appear, and then you gotta not fuck it up. It feels like it's pretty easy to fuck up. I like this stuff. I like any place in a speedrun where you can say, yeah, it's actually faster to wait. I love that. I love when you can say it. That was a slow one for an 18.4. I dig it. And then we just got you, which can be that simple. Just gotta like make sure that your hit is, you know, low, but high enough, and then if you have to, you hold back. This one has to be held back. has to be held back. Always favor the left side for the cogs here. That's good. And, you know, it's better if you don't have to hold back at all and you don't get the height off of this, but if you do, favor the left side. That's cool. And you can get all the way through them without hitting the... Cute. You can also just do, like, you know... just turn and throw. Or you could just run forward and tap lev a couple of times and you're good. Look at that. Oh, damn it. Thought it was low enough to go, you know, below the cogs. That one would have to be held back. I think I used to do this, actually. I was like, something like this. I would fade to one side, but it's just really easy to do the tap back and right thing. And then 810, I don't know, what should I be doing on 810 to clear these gears? Because I kind of just get in here and I throw something that looks kind of stupid and wild and hope that it kicks me to one side, and it works out most of the time. I'm not doing it now, but during a run, usually just works. I guess you gotta throw it higher. It seems like I want to throw it lower because of the angle that I want, but that's always, like, wrong in this game. If you know, to get, like, real height to get over something in a hurry, you always have to, like, throw high. Like on 8.7, you throw, yeah. On 8.7, you throw inside, like, the window frame, or inside the window pane, even, to get what you want. Problem with this level is if you don't slow it down by steering at the right time, you can just go past the whole damn level. And it's tempting. You're always tempted in this level to, like, to get as much out of it as you can. That sucks. I want the speed. Yeah, you're always tempted here to be like, I'm gonna wait. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Yeah, I missed it. So yeah, I usually wimp out and take an 8 there. Okay, anything in here that really hurts? Maybe I should be doing that from there. So that was a 10-8. I don't want you taking time, because I'm going to replay the level over. It's fine, this level should always take longer than a 1, or than a... Yeah, 1-2, sure. So from this side, you get thrown off in this direction, but it's also pretty fast. This side helps you stay a little bit more straight on. I don't love that you're doing that. You're fucking timing me. I'm not a fan of that. I don't like it. You need to stop it. You need to stop it, and maybe you just need to, you know, fuck off for a minute while I practice. In fact, fuck off for a minute while I practice that. Who? Satan, is that you? Cheating? Killing me in midair? Yeah. I wanted to just test where the boundaries, but I was nowhere near at that time. I was like in the goal plane and it decided the goal plane was a wall. Okay, there's not a lot to be said for that one. This is probably still like the most consistent, fastest way to do 9-2. Like, if you do this, like I used to do this, and there's such inconsistency to this method. It's not even worth trying when you can do this and get like a 7. Yeah. Can't ever get the PTB faster on this? I couldn't say what, well, apparently it is when you get really fortunate kind of stuff, but yeah, it's not. And then 9-3, I think this one you want to be on the left side as they come together. And then, in the moment that they come together, that's the ideal. I haven't gotten the ideal until now, but that's the ideal. Just wait for them to come together and then launch yourself. Hopefully you don't have to steer. If you do, do it as little as possible. Again, it's about just holding spacebar. Yeah, I didn't get the speed that time. If you don't get the speed, then look for a truck to land on and pray you get there. Didn't get the speed here either. You know, you can save anything. There we go. That's better. 8.8. Ah. Okay, I had to steer that a little. And again for an 8.1. That's. It looks like that's the main thing I gotta watch out for here. Is head first into the crucifixes. Okay, you do also have to steer at the end. You're better served if you do. Look at this one. 7.6. You hit it right. That's early. And you can get lucky because if the trucks happen to come together a little bit faster, which is entirely RNG. Okay, that one just didn't work it out at all. But in the event it doesn't work out at all, you get a 10. But, so what is it that keeps causing that? Because I don't want to do that. I guess I just aim myself toward the truck that I'm on a little bit. Like I get to the edge, but I aim like this. Because when it hits that truck, it's going to move it. And then if when it moves it, my cursor isn't still inside the body of the truck, I'm going to have a problem. So, like that. Yeah. And then sometimes I do that. I'll come off the spacebar and try and get the little jump off of the crucifix if it's looking like that's going to be my best bet. What if I do it from this side? I could have steered it though. Yeah, I think I'm better off on the side that it gets touched. Fuck. That was so good though. If it would have gone. Like this one's good. Look at this. Had to steer it pretty hard back in, but the amount of speed that it gave me. $10. $8. Now we need a 9. $9! Alright, and then 9-4 is just a rush in and hope that you can get something out of it before, well, it's bouncing. It's a big RNG moment. 9-5 is the same thing we did on 9-3. Just wait for those trucks to come together, hold space, tap, steer at the end to make sure you don't miss the goal plane. Curses. Biggest problem about 9-5 is just not walking off the front of the truck. Every time I do it. Okay, that's bad. So when you get a bad one, just clap the truck and go the rest of the way in. This one's good. This one goes all the way. So that's not a problem. 9-6, a little bit of a bitch. And the truck has such an upward angle that it doesn't launch in a way that feels completely helpful. That's what I like, is I'd rather do a, clap like that, a fast clap, moving clap. And then I don't know why it is that I'm so consistent with this out of the blue. 9-7 was always a, problem. It decided on its own whether or not you were going to be worthy, but now I'm just incredibly consistent at it for some reason. And here, I wait until the truck noses down a little bit, just to, I don't know it. I'm trying to get one that launches me high enough that I can land the tops of the trucks, like that, and then just keep running. Lev as needed. And here. That's my way. And a 5.3. Alright, so big problems of the run. 8-3. There it is. It's funny, I said that just to try and coax it into actually being it when I knew it wasn't. There it is. Okay, there's 2 in a row. There it is. Now every time I say it, it's gonna be like, does he mean it, or... There it is. Nope. There it is. I love it because I actually do know. Sometimes I'm lying and sometimes I'm not. There it is. It's close. That's in. Okay, can I do it that slow, actually? Can I... Yeah, I can do it that slow. So that's the magic for me, is to, you know, do it that slow, take my time lining it up. I don't have to rush it. There. Sub 5. That works. I think only because I held back a little bit. That's like a bullet! 4.8. So 8.3 was a problem. 8.4 wasn't, but we would like to go down the damn middle if we could. Alright, get on the outside. See how I pressed reset coming in, and then because I don't get to reset, it's like I can't get my fingers back in where I expect them to be. No? Maybe just on all these levels I should just like wait until I'm into the level and then reset and just take that little like 0.1, 0.2 second hit to my time to make sure that I actually get a reset, because the game does not want to give you an actual reset. Okay, and then 8.7. No lev. Until now! For a 7.1. It's a nice one. And then 8.8. We got a new method. Scary method. Okay, I fucked it up. We didn't get any real speed from that, so 2, 3. Yeah. It's mainly I'm gonna try just double tap. Oh no, you can't, like, don't steer it, idiot. There you go. I wonder if I should double tap. Uh-oh. Just hold spacebar. I think double tap is going to be better for that than the EQ thing. For me, anyway. 17.1. What if I go a little bit early, before I see those thirds? This is what I was thinking when I said, like, you get the speedometer in here and you check to see when you're getting the maximum speed without wasting your time waiting, and I just got a 15.9 by going a little bit early. So between the second and third gate, and a 15.9. That's crazy. 1, 2.5. This one is slower than the last. And it's a 17.4. 1, 2.5. It's not really a half. That was almost 3. It's just a straight 18. It's fine. 2 and some. Earlier is better. Maybe. In theory. 17.3. 2 and a little. That was bad. I didn't launch it good. 2.5. That was pretty much and a half there. Interestingly, whether you go 2 or you go 3, it turns out almost the same. It has similar potential. You either have the extra speed, that you gained by waiting for 3. Or you've saved the extra time by not waiting for 3. Okay, this is a monster. This one feels like it's super fast. I'm gonna have trouble coming down. 17-0. 17 flat. This is the coolest thing that we found today. I had a method before we started today. Now I got a new method, which is just the old method but more. But that's cool. That's very cool. And then what? 8, 9. Okay, and then higher. Higher than you think. And a little bit of an angle wouldn't hurt. Yeah? That bothers me that would be in any way a challenge. Okay, well, Steampunk's locked in, I guess. And I've been doing very well on 7-8 here. Kinda crazy good. Uh-oh, that's not good. To pull back and push in. Weird. But I got a good punch there. Okay. Anything here? I mean, if I really wanted to save time, you know, you got to do this. This is how you really save time in sci-fi. Is you do all these. And my problem with these in sci-fi is it's just a gradient you're staring at, and I just have no idea how close I am or am not to the wall at any time. So that's my main issue. This one is the worst of them. This one's nasty as hell. To me, I've never been able to find, you know, if there's a trick other people have. I've never been able to figure it out. The consistency with which, like, Emily's runs have her just, like, going through the little window up there. I can't even get a consistent PTB off the wall, and she's going through the little tunnel ahead. And you've got this momentum to the left when you're here. So, you know, what you could do is try and stop that, but the longer you take trying to stop it, you're in midair. By copying Emily's method for this, I can sometimes get it, though it's not at all consistent. Yeah, I've practiced it a lot. I can, when I'm practiced on it, you know what I can get is like the one that shoots you that way, and then just go the outside on the left the whole way. The one that goes down the middle is more like a complete fluke. And I think I actually did have more luck at some point, at a particular point when I was practicing this, by going to the left side instead and getting hit like that. But yeah, this one's nasty. 7-6. This one's just, it'll just ruin your you know, run if you get it wrong. You know, it's just ugh. It's not that big of a, it's not that hard to do. But boy, when you get it wrong, it feels really bad to have thrown away a run that came this far on this stuff. But, you know, it is a 14 as opposed to if we do it the other way. I invented that little lev there, by the way, in the middle to just sort of smooth things out. Do it this way. This wasn't the best, you know, the fastest one you can get, but it's averagey. So we got a 14 with the PTB, and it's a 15 doing it this way, so... So kind of hard to justify unless you can get it like right there, the way and Emily's got her method where she hits and actually goes through the middle of the level, and that turns it into like a 12 or something like that. But it's not that hard to just jump out for this PTB and float out a little bit and then get hit. That wasn't good. You gotta get a good hit. A good hit that gives you some speed. Problem is, it will need to be steered at some point, and that loses all your speed. And we could have had a 15. But because I got a bad hit here, we're coming in with a 17. And you know, you can take your chances with throwing it off faster, but you're gonna potentially slam into one of those two pillars. I threw early. We're still just coming in with a 15, so it's really not justifiable to risk it when you can just do something like this and know that you're going to have a pretty decent time coming out. You're not going to die, you're not going to lose the run. Just pulling an easy 15, 16 second time. This, there is something to be had if you can get the right kit here, and I can't remember how it is that I got it consistent, but I was able to get it consistent. It's a certain hit that gets you up and over without getting hit by the blower. It was Sarah. Sarah's the one to, you know, the run to watch. Because whatever it was that Sarah was doing, I watched it carefully, I did what Sarah was doing, and this became consistent. But this does save like a second, and you know, if you can make it consistent, not lose anything to it. Is that it? No? Can't remember what the hell it is that does this. You go off the edge and pray? There we go. And it's, you know, it's worth a second or a second and a half or something. 18 and a half. Instead of, if you just run it. Okay, I'm gonna try and run it like fast. I'm gonna try and get good kicks, good hits. I'm taking all of the risks in order to try to get the best time I can out of it. Coming in super low there. Turning back, get the speed back so I can run it in. 19.8. That's what it saves. It's like a second and a half. But that can happen. Okay, look at this. When you get a really fast one, holy. I was playing that as dangerous as I could. Yeah, there was something about this where I was like, oh, you just do it that way every time. Hello. Just do it that way and it comes in every time. I don't remember what it was, though. 18 and a half. And then, yeah, there's this. There you go, there's the good hit. It's too good again, a little bit too good. Had to come off the directions. Okay, that did not work. Does this get me there? Nope. Just drop a truck right now. It's a good hit. Didn't have to come off the forward strafe at all. Yeah. Tell me that ain't a 27. A low 27, a 27. Oh, almost a 26. What's next? 7-9. This can actually, you know, help you a little bit. The faster way is what? You come out here and... I mean, I think we used to come up here for some reason and do it. At least AJ or something like that. They'd do it from one of these pillars, is how I feel. In the front. Or you do it from all the way in the back. You turn back. Is that it? That might be it. It's like... You go there, but you gotta have like the perfect angle to not hit the one that's in front of you. Which might be doing it from here, from this side. That would be the fastest way. I feel like we used to do something like that. And then there's a route, a line where you don't hit the blowers at all. You go between the blowers, you don't get slowed down by the blowers. I think I need to be closer than I think I am. No? That's my problem with this stuff, is it's just a big fucking wall of gradient. What the hell am I supposed to be looking at here? There's a line between the blowers that gets you to the goal without being slowed down by being blown back and forth by the blowers. Yeah, there's some extra height for me, but... Yeah. I just can never make sense of these gradients. Can't tell how close I am or I'm not in order to be making a choice. Emily does the front one. Pretty good with the paused, with the portable truck bounce, the PPTB. I'm like, now I'm thinking, what if I can put it in a place where it has to spawn in a certain location? There was a time when we used to... this was the best idea we had for this level. Was this stuff. Before we had invented the version where you do this off the windshield, we would sit here... You'd come in, and in fact, the better way was to not, like, dedicate to it, because it probably wasn't going to work, so you'd, like, do something like this, and you'd go for that one, and then if it didn't come in, you just keep going in the level. I blew the truck up, but I didn't. How did I used to do this? I wouldn't just do that. I think I probably did like this. We did one of these, and then up here. I tried to land one of these guys with like a bunch of speed. This was for no ability before, you know, we had to split it into no pause skip and pause skip. This was still a valid way to do no ability without doing anything. You could skip the RNG of this level if you could get a hit. But it was so inconsistent. It was only worth trying for while you were on your way to the end of the level. Throw one in there. If it doesn't come in, just keep going. There you go. So you go up here. You could land on this and just hang out. Just chill. Throw a truck at it. Climb back up it. When you're ready to leave. Step in. Of course, now no utility method. Just gets a bunch of speed here. And then comes off the front truck. If it's there, though, there's some RNG to this. It's very touchy. You just gotta get, like, all the goddamn speed. And then if it's not in the right position, it doesn't matter how much fucking speed you got. See, and then if that jumps up in your way, that also doesn't matter. No matter what you tried. Can I just... Hang on, I'm gonna try this. Like, what if I... I had a method for this that worked every time once upon a time. Now I don't know what the fuck. Was it... It got me there. I'm just thinking, like, what if I just do the 2 and then I just hold spacebar and hope that I hit something? And it's worked the past 2 times. Get the speed, hold spacebar. And that worked. Get the speed, hold spacebar. And that worked. Get the speed, hold spacebar, and that worked. That didn't work. It only didn't work because I called it, though. That's interesting. Can I do it with... If I get the speed here, and then I don't lev boost here... Lev boost? Don't lev boost. Lev, throw! Now I'm just, you know, fucking around with various methods. Has nothing to do with anything. We've been here for 4 hours. Oh, hang on. Yeah, there we go. Welcome to the bottom of 7-9. 7-9. We've been here for 4 hours. I only like to cluster truck for 4 hours. For the sake of my health. Oh, hello. See that one fall? Yeah, there's some trucks in places in the game. He's smiling at you, by the way, with a penis. You see the smile, you see the face, and then you see how you're looking, like, down on him, and so he's looking up at you, and his dick is sticking out. That's the only part of his lower body you can see under his big old head. I think we've come to the end of this live stream. For my health, I restricted 4 hours. The things that we did in this live stream was twice. I got myself a 15-minute clear of any percent. My best time ever is a 13:30. So we did 2 full game runs of any percent. Both of them came in 15 minutes with a 15-minute time. We also got 4th rank, a 53-second clear of whatchamacallit, of Desert World. So I'll be submitting that to the leaderboard. I don't think I want to grind for more, even though it looks possible to go sub 50 without the thing. I don't know what the kids are calling it, the pause whip, without the pause whip. I'll tell you what, there's a little something for the end of the live stream. And nobody cares about, nobody wants to see. Join me over on the real desktop. I'll show you the state of PyAmp where I left it last. So this is the program that I've been writing to play music. It's a Winamp clone. What I have now are the beginnings of a playlist area. I basically got the graphic design worked out for it, and that's kind of it. This, would have buttons in various places. This would be a scroll bar, and this area would be scrollable. Collection tray would actually contain tabs, so you could have multiple playlists open. And then this would show you, how much time is left in the complete playlist as opposed to just the song. That's a Winamp feature, so I'm just trying to put it back in there. The only real feature of this that works right now is, well, there's 2, and one is that when you click on it, the focus shows that it's focused. The other thing that works is that you can close it. You cannot reopen it. I have no button for which it can be reopened. But, the program remembers what song you were playing last. It remembers its position on screen when you close it. You reopen it, it's back where you left it last time. You can do, looped mode, play the song over. I've got a fade in button for live stream convenience feature, a fade out button that takes 7 seconds to fade us down, getting slower and slower and slower on the fade as it approaches 0. And then I've got a fuck off button, or no, a fuck you button, sorry. I've got a fade under button that over the course of a second just drops us down to 20%, so that I could talk over it. For example, okay, thanks for coming out to the live stream, everybody. I'll see you next time. Pawn out. It would be something like that. That's how we would. That's how PyAmp works.